starts to gloat when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the crowd is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he got more follows than my boy Eric Icy. Opinions on Magnus, Hans, and Karyakin. Who cheated who, which engine that he hacking. He got blocked by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong. He scored a like from Truon. He's got lightning attacks on GM, blunders and gaffes. True, not over the board, it's only the other chat. Still his 7-year plan ensures the last laugh. Distractions detract from any actual actions. Excuses are useless, he rues his inaction. Awaits satisfaction, the status of Magnus. He bought 50 books and opened up 10. Fools ought to read Psalms, not my system. He's got 30 alt accounts on every site around. Chessable courses keep looking cheaper by the pound. He got 22 databases and 36 engines, 25 chess sets, and a massive clock collection. He bought merch from Gotham, Bra and Naka, but his game history looked like some chess copy pasta. A GM coach that he don't listen to, and if you think it is, then yes, my friend, yes, this is you. But that all changed one bright sunny day when a friend said, hey, don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I stepped away from easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. So Joe got into the business, stopped the app sickness, daily practices rhythm, he even upped his fitness. He found sparring cathartic, postmortems charming. With the plus equal minus, he was armed for elo farming. With notepad and pen, he built up calluses, escape rating paralysis with lengthy game analysis. With sensei direction, he sold his collection. Read one classic and that was fantastic. Now he locked to the spot where they checking off boxes. Young prodigies and some wily old foxes. 3.5 points per box, that's shocking progress. Goal nearing, cohort cheering, Joe doesn't hear it. He's monotasking, no relaxing, concentration maxing. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. Now occasionally, he peeps the world of the tweet and laughs when he sees the player that he used to be. Blank face staring, complex plans comparing while he's dojo training. Hours a day playing out positions, transpositions, and growing his board vision. Transition from poser to player, focus without a care. He leaves them complaining in his dust, staying with their week-old ratings. Blast past his week-old rating, each week's a new occasion. He never takes vacation, the work is entertaining, the growth he's maintaining. And now Joe is explaining, hey, don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Welcome to the dojo.
Welcome to the dojo.
Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts, and he starts to gloat when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the crowd is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he got more follows than my boy Eric Icy. Opinions on Magnus, Hans, and Karyakin. Who cheated who, which engine that he hacking. He got blocked by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong. He scored a like from Truon. He's got lightning attacks on GM, blunders and gaffes. True, not over the board, it's only the other chat. Still his 7-year plan ensures the last laugh. Distractions detract from any actual actions. Excuses are useless, he rues his inaction. Awaits satisfaction, the status of Magnus. He bought 50 books and opened up 10. Fools ought to read Psalms, not my system. He's got 30 alt accounts on every site around. Chessable courses keep looking cheaper by the pound. He got 22 databases and 36 engines, 25 chess sets, and a massive clock collection. He bought merch from Gotham, Bra and Naka, but his game history looked like some chess copy pasta. A GM coach that he don't listen to, and if you think it is, then yes, my friend, yes, this is you. But that all changed one bright sunny day when a friend said, hey, don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know, welcome to the dojo. It's good to grow, welcome to the dojo. I stepped away from easy, sweatwork's what we need, G. If sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. So Joe got into the business, stopped the app sickness, daily practices rhythm, he even upped his fitness. He found sparring cathartic, postmortems charming. With the plus equal minus, he was armed for elo farming. With notepad and pen, he built up calluses, escape rating paralysis. With lengthy game analysis, with sensei direction, he sold his collection. Read one classic and that was fantastic. Now he locked to the spot where they checking off boxes. Young prodigies and some wily old foxes. 3.5 points per box, that's shocking progress. Goal nearing, cohort cheering, Joe doesn't hear it. He's monotasking, no relaxing, concentration maxing. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work, work, never stop. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work, never stop. Now occasionally he peeps the world of the tweet and laughs when he sees the player that he used to be. Blank face staring, complex plans comparing while he's dojo training. Hours a day playing out positions, transpositions, and growing his board vision. Transition from poser to player, focus without a care. He leaves them complaining in his dust, staying with their week-old ratings. Blast past his week-old rating, each week's a new occasion. He never takes vacation, the work is entertaining, the growth he's maintaining. And now Joe is explaining, hey, don't you know? Welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know? Welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Welcome to...
All right, my friends, here we go. And I have to do some game input. I've been putting it off a little bit. So we're going to get into it. And the first thing I have here is a game. Oh, man, a little bit ugly, but we got to do it. So analysis board, starting position, time control, update. This guy's name is very hard to spell. I just wrote it down somewhere. His name is Guru Morty. He's about 2000. No title. Result draw. This was very sad. And this is in November of last year. A little slow on getting this done. It was round 2, so let's call it the 27th. This is U.S. Masters. Round 2. Okay. We're going to flip El Bordo here. And we're going to get into it. Myself a little funky mark here. Say 131. And we're going to say, really don't like that I allowed the easy system. Later in this tournament, I played Bishop D7. Okay, so A3, 131, Knight H6, and we'll say let's call this the old main 133, 131. And actually, I'm going to switch to the other view here, the game review view. I probably will have to. Oh, it's right there. Beautiful. So bishop d3. I play c takes. I've got 130. And he castles. And we're going to say this was a rude shock. I knew this variation of the easy system existed, but couldn't remember the ideas exactly and was definitely worried. Hello, Cairnsey. So castles, and I played knight f5 after a little bit of a think. All right. Trying to get a position I understand. If I played bishop d7, b4, worries me. All right, so this guy chopped it. I was happy to see this. Now we get a position I understand. Unclear how valuable a3 is, and only question is if some kind of knight a4 can crowd my queen. Okay, b4, interesting. Rook e1, interesting. I'll come back and I'll look at stuff with the fancy computer at the end. All right, ef. cd. And we're going to say, when Vaganyan played this system, he always stopped b4 religiously with a5. Here, it's not yet necessary because white doesn't control b5. b4, a5. But my intuition was that I didn't have to play a5. Always on the side of development. Okay. Okay. Knight c3. 127. He's moving quickly. I played bishop e7. I also played that quickly. And if we imagine a5, queen d3, bishop e7, knight b5. This is just a variation I was playing around with. Maybe h6. h6, the point is to prevent bishop g5, taking my bishop, and then because the knight on b5 is controlling this. But this is interesting. We'll say with compensation. So I played bishop e7, and he played knight e2. And we'll say maybe fine, but very controversial. How does a3 make sense if the knight goes away from the queen side? First question. And can I now play h6 g5 for the win? Karen's, yeah, this is a game I played a while back. I took a little longer than I'd like to analyze all my games, so this is like on the notebook. And today I'm going to try to put in as many as possible. Dojo work. All right, so let's take a look at some of these variations. I thought that's them. We'll say what I was afraid of. Say queen d8. And black seems fine. I'll turn on the engine later. Yeah. I think this is the way white should play. I'm going to call this unclear. Okay, so 92. Now I have a big question. I first played h6 quickly because I knew that was correct. And now the kid plays h4, which I think is forced, but it's still very scary for white. And now I play a5 after a little bit. And we're going to say a big decision, but I think this move is right. Okay, so g5, the big question. My opponent felt in the PM that this would be winning. We'll check with the computer later, right? That's right, Michael. Sensei's up early. So here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Actually, let me get the move order right here. Look what I have here. It's funny because I have king e7 as well here in my notes. But what I'm missing here is in this position, I was thinking white could do this with g3 next. But here, don't I have knight takes d4? No, I don't really actually, because he goes here. Okay, king e7 is going to be similar. So the intention is knight f4, g3, with a dark square bind. How do my non-rooks participate? So if we just imagine this move here, seems clear advantage to white. We'll see what the computer says. I have one other idea, actually, I want to pursue. So let's say I go castles. This doesn't feel right, but F4, just to free the thing. I'm going to say hard to believe. Okay, so then the other move to consider, which I didn't really in the game, would be castles, intending G5. So now he's got to do H5, G5, takes, knight F4, bishop F7, E6, bishop E8, B4, G5, knight D3. And white has an interesting game. Yeah. So I think A5 is correctamundo. He plays H5. So we got 116. I played A4. Got 121. Knight C3. 112. And now I play a move that I really don't like. And I have 117, so I spent about 4 minutes on this thing. Okay, really dislike this move. Good morning, wise men talking. Its intuitions are that my king wants to be in the center, that if queen takes, knight c6 will become a monster on c4. And that it will be difficult for white to play against the pawn. It's a very forcing and committal decision. Slam. I'm going to add one. That H5 will fall in the endgame. It's the other one. All right. The problem is that your play doesn't come immediately, and you truly have pawns hanging out all over the place. And you lose B3 for your knight. Didn't think he could take so easily. So, all right, what are we doing here? Okay. I'm going to say this is clearly better for black. Black retains control with this move and plays thematically on the light squares. That's a beautiful position. Okay. All right, I did do a variation here that maybe I want to put in there. Pick that count. I did a long analysis of this game. This doesn't make any sense for him, really. I don't understand this for white. Okay, so queen b3. Oh, he takes. He's got 111. Bishop e3. 110. Ben, if queen e2, then I've got all the dreams. I've got all the dreams because I get all the light squares. So the idea of queen b3 is just to bully him, bully him around there. That's kind of what I was hoping for. All right, so this is the problem. All right, and here I take.
Why have you been taking a shower for 20 minutes? Oh my God, 20 minutes.
Not the move I wanted to play! Exclamation point. All right, so and here I realized things weren't easy. Oh, after my alternate line, queen a6. But see, the problem in the endgame variation is not that the queens come off. The problem is that I get a weak pawn. If queen e2, I can just take it and play knight a5, and I'm coming all the way in. All right, castle's 13 minutes. Holy moly. So, he now plays g3. I'm going to say 1, 9. Now, actually, before we look at his move, I need to look at the other moves for me. So if king d7, then knight d2, and if f4, which would be the intention, takes, and now rook ad1. And my king is embarrassed. And also, if I play knight a5, see, then knight d2 happens, and I don't have f4. I did consider this in the postmortem. And we're going to call this with compensation. I kind of like that decision. Okay. So, we'll say, didn't consider this or fast b5 ideas in general. All right, so g3, he wants to play knight d2. And now I play a lemon. f6, question mark. And I've got 1. g3 provoked me to play on the light squares, and I clearly misevaluated knight e2. Okay. Something actually I want to go back to is if instead of g3, he goes knight e2, it's not obvious, but this knight wants to control d5 so that if we get knight c4, knight takes c4, he has d5. So, knight a5, knight d2, rook, rook, b5. We'll say he also needs the knight here to control b5. And this is a nice position here for black. Excuse me, the other way around. Because I'm getting knight c4 in at some point. So for example, rook takes, rook c1, rook c2. Knight b3, rook e2, knight a5, rook b2. I'll still call that better for black. Okay, so g3. And now I played f6. Okay. Came up with a better idea here for black. It's much later too in my notes. So it took me a while to come up with it. Funny. Okay, we'll move over on 18. I don't date it. I put my note about it. Right. Okay, yeah, here we go. Knight a5. Okay. I'm certain I considered this, but didn't have a follow-up plan here. Rook a b8, exclam. We'll say b5 necessary. Not an easy thing plan to spot. Now white has a couple moves. So for example, knight a4, b5, knight, knight b2, and we're going to call that better for black. If rook a b1, and I play bishop c5, I'm taking this guy. If knight c4, I have this one. Let's call that clearly better for black. If rook a b1, where am I? Rook a b8, excuse me. 2, b5, knight c1, knight c4. Better for black. If a4, I get the square. We're going to call that clearly better for black. You have rook a b8, knight b5. Just looking at it. Yeah. Black has other moves as well. All right, good. And let's do one more variation with rook a b8, rook fc1, e5, knight e2, rook, rook c1. And now this looks like an advantage, but also b4 looks like an advantage. All right, I'm gonna take a potty break. I'll be right back. Welcome to the Dojo.
Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts, and he starts to gloat when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the club is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he got more follows than my boy Eric Dicey. Opinions on Magnus, hands, and Karyakin, who cheated who, which engine
That
he
ain't
hacking.
Mouse.
He got blocked by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong. He scored a like from Truon. He's got lightning attacks on GM, blunders and gaffes, true not over the board. It's only the other chap. Still his 7-year plan ensures the last laugh. Distractions detract from any actual actions. Excuses are useless. He rues his inaction. Awaits satisfaction. The status of Magnus. He bought 50.
Okay, so we're back here. F6 was my mistake. My opponent plays a bad move here, rook fe1. We're going to get a whole series of bad moves here. We're going to say question mark. And he needs to play knight e2. All right, here we go. to say black is in trouble. D-E, F-E, F4. We have to become active. Knight F4, Bishop G4, Knight D4. Knight E5. I believe F3 is a key move here. So that I don't play Knight F3 myself. I can also consider Bishop F7, Knight F4. Wait a second, this doesn't make any sense. Okay, wait. This is just bad for me. It's just, yeah. Okay, so the question was, like, what would I do? I didn't come up with anything good. Maybe my best attempt is maybe black's best try with some comp. But you know what? I'm still going to say white's better. Okay, so rook Fe1. And now I blow it again after a monster thing, dude. Question mark. I thought forever on this move. Phew, man. This is where chess can become depressing. Oh. And we're going to say, so strange that I talked myself out of Bishop F7. Bizarre. It's like you trusted the kid. Rook E1 would be a magical move then. Indian kid trauma? Question mark. White's been talking. That's cool that you did that on your spin bike, bud. Have a nice day. Okay. So, I got the most aggressive weapon against Queen's Gambit players. There's a lot of different things you could do. The Rogozin's interesting. This Knight BD7 stuff that people are playing is interesting. Yeah, you got all kinds of stuff. King's Indian, of course. Okay, so let's get into it. I don't understand this at all. Your fear? Question mark. I don't get any of this. So, I don't understand any of this. Bishop h5, knight h4, g5 exclam. Where's that? And we are not worse. But also e6, bishop takes, bishop takes. Bishop f7 is also black. It's better. Oh, man. It's very weird to me. I'm just going to look at it again. Because this mistake, dude, 12 minutes, and I play this. Okay. All right. This mistake seems born out of trusting him. One, trusting him. Two, not looking at transformations of the position. Whenever it opens, the bees come to life. Why you guys stop covering the candidates? Well, I want to say I'm a little sorry about that. I might do it today. Kostya had some life events going on. Then when he left me, I did it by myself one day, and I got incredibly hoarse, so I lost my voice. And David wasn't doing it because of, I don't know, his wife won't let him. So it fell apart a little bit, and it fell apart at the same time that Fabi fell apart. And once Fabi fell apart, like there's no tension left in the tournament, right? It was all over. So that's what happened there, but I do feel some regret. I might cover it today. I got my own stuff to be doing too, but yeah. All right, so rook a8. What a miserable move. And we should mention as well that this also seems fine for black. And now he plays knight e2 finally. I kind of force him to. Jeez Louise. All right, so now he's got 59 left. Bishop f7. One problem here is if here, 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 knight h2 exclam. That's a problem. Yeah, that is a problem. That's interesting. Now I'm looking at it. I'm like, wait a second. Wait a second. Could I do this move? Okay, we're going to say, I stopped here in my analysis. But if I go here, he goes here. This is the move. And then that's the move. And that does look lost. Okay, right. So, bishop f7. Okay. Knight f4. And now I played fe. And I've got 45 minutes left. Knight e5. Now, de, d4, bishop d2, bishop d5 seems unclear. However, e6 exclam. Is that an exclam, buddy? You sure about this? If here, 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 that looks much better for white, but could I get away? So bishop e8, bishop d2, I'm going to call that lost even. What about bishop f, h5, knight h5, d, e, rook e3. Now it's lost, he's taken here. So de5 is also a beautiful thing, and maybe a better move. So after knight e5, bishop d6. Now I might live. All right, so bishop b6. So knight f7. Knight takes, pawn takes. Rook ac1, rook fe8 exclam. say counterplay. Okay, good. If knight FG6, I've got knight E5, DE, bishop G6, and we're going to call that slightly better for black. Okay, so knight F7, king F7, and here I offered a draw. What? Clearly, I was suffering from PTSD, 92 PTSD. Stop doing it. It's a bad habit. Okay, this still plays on. And now he plays a mistake immediately. All right. So, much stronger would have been rook ED1, exclam. If we imagine bishop takes, rook FE8, rook D3, rook E4, rook over, exclam. Rook D7, king F1, rook DE7, exclam. And we're going to call that clearly better for white. Let's go again. Bishop takes, rook FE8, rook D3, rook E4. Oh wait, here was my idea to play rook D7 first. Rook AD1. Maybe black lives. If I go, wait a second, here. And he's going to take this thing, and we're going to say white is much better. Let's do this again. So rook D7, rook AD1, knight A5, bishop D2, c6. King f1. If bishop e1. Rook e2. Oh, shit. Rook e2. Let's get rid of that. We're going to call that at least some counterplay. So king f1. Rook fe7. Bishop e1. Clear advantage for white. If rook ed1. Bishop b8. Rook ac1. Rook c5. Knight c4. Rook b5. We're going to call that clear advantage for white. All right, so we're going to go back to our rook d7 thing. Rook ed1. Bishop takes, bishop takes. Rook d7, exclam. Rook d3. Rook a8, exclam. Rook ad1. Rook a4. Bishop e3. Knight a5. And we should hold. Did I answer? Yeah, I answered. The answer was that I got Kostya abandoned me, and then I got hoarse. I lost my voice for a couple days. David abandoned the field of battle because his wife won't let him do it. And Fabi also abandoned the field of battle, leaving us nothing. Leaving us nothing. Game input. Join or do a lesson after. Just writing my student there. Okay. So, knight d3. Where am I? What's my name? So, do you know your name anymore? No. All right, so Duke played knight d3. He's got 36 minutes left. And now he's going to fall apart a little bit here. Rook fe8. f4. Kind of a funky move, and he's got 35 minutes left. Putting his pawns on the wrong color. Rook ac1, rook e4, f3, rook e7, bishop f2. Rook takes, and we'll say this is a little bit unclear. All right, f4, mistake. Rook e4, that's a gimme. Knight e5 is another mistake. It's clearly his intention. Clearly the intention with f4. Knight f2 would have been stronger. Knight d4, knight e4, knight f3, king f2. this looks clearly better for black. So knight f2. If rook d1, we've got this move. Good. Okay, so knight e5, bishop takes, pawn takes, d4 32. It certainly now looks good for black. Question about annotations. How do you determine sidelines? Your own candidate moves, engine lines, discussions with others. Basically, at the I do a lot more analysis than what I put here. The things that are here are the things that struck me as the most salient variations. I sometimes have a coach. This current round, I didn't have a coach look at anything, and the coach will see stuff as well. Yeah. Okay. But there's a lot of things to do. I think what's really cool now is we have these game and review classes going on. And there, what people are doing is producing an annotation and then showing it to a group of people. That annotation is usually a little bit unfinished, but with that group of people who are all at that person's level, they will come up with questions, that are suitable for that level, whether it's 800, 1200, 1400 or up, So that is a really cool thing that I wish I could do myself. We don't yet have a super high cohort group for that game and review class, but I'm trying to get it. Okay, so bishop d2. And now a committal move here, 23. So we're going to say wrong color, but my knight needs a square. My limited voice. My voice it's a little funny, I guess, today too, but it's feeling so much better than before. We'll call this the natural move. I'm going to say, don't get it for black. All right. So d3. He plays rook e4. The other obvious move would be king f2. Knight d4. Exclam. Don't see a defense for white. Okay. Okay, so rook e4, de, rook e1, d4. I've got 17 minutes left. And now, king f2. He offers a draw, exclamation point. Nah, no draw here, buddy. King f2. Knight f3, and I've got 13 minutes left. And he plays rook d1. e6. King e8. Rook d1. Knight h2. Let's give it a double exclam. Where's my double exclam? Same resource as in the game. All right, now I blow it. I play knight takes, question mark. Oh! Right, I thought I was winning here. If I had doubts, I could have found knight h2. So knight h2. Oh, it's such a beautiful move. Takes e3. Just screw you, buddy. Show the main point. All right, this is minus plus. What a great move. All right, knight d2. It hurts. Rook takes. King e6. King e3. King d5. I've got 11 minutes left. In fact, I also want to say about this, as in my other games, I have real trouble going deep into time pressure and living off the increment. Let's call it psychological trouble. It is truly a key area I need to improve on. Now the guy finds e6. Exclam. I think he's equal now. Rook c8. I got 8 minutes left. f5. Rook c2. And we made a draw. I think we might have played a couple more moves, but basically it was a draw. Okay, so let's do this. Let me take a quick pause and we're going to look at the engine when we come back.
Welcome to Dojo. Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts, and he starts to gloat when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the club is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he got more follows than my boy Eric Dicey. Opinions on Magnus, hands, and Karyakin, who cheated who, which engine that he hacking. He got blocked by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong, he scored a like from Truan. He's got lightning attacks on GM, blunders and gaffes, true not over the board, it's only the other chat. Still his 7-year plan ensures the last laugh. Distractions detract from any actual actions. Excuses are useless, he rues his inaction. Awaits satisfaction, the status of Magnus. He bought 50 books and opened up 10 Fools ought to read Psalms, not my system. He's got 30 alt accounts on every site around. Chessable courses keep looking cheaper by the pound. He got 22 databases and 36 engines, 25.
Says if Giri wins today, you know, who knows? You know. Yeah, buddy. Okay. Let's save this, by the way. Save and publish. And there is our time graph here. Well, my time graph was reasonable. Oh, man, it really hurt. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to this position. Actually, this position. We're going to see how many people have played bishop d3. Oh, look at that. Well, first of all, that's the Cloud DB. And Cloud DB is on to the easy system, bro. It's on to the easy system. It curiously, like things, b4 is a little bit better. All right, so here we go. Bishop d3. All right, I play El Correctamundo move. Castles. And now it's saying knight f5 is bad. All right, knight f5. And look at that. Look at that. Bishop f5 it's saying is bad. So we're going to write over here. We're going to say Cloud confirms. So this cloud thing, by the way, is totally new for me. I think for everybody. Basically, these are all moves that the supercomputer has analyzed at deep depth. So if I turn on the local computer, it will give me a cool analysis, but it's not nearly as deep as these bad boys over here. And so now all of a sudden, everybody in the dojo, and there's other ways to get this thing, I think, can have access to this analysis. All right, so you know what we'll do is I would have put this earlier too. It just gives me an easier game now with bishop f5. All right, so here we go. ef5, cd4, bishop e6. It's funny just to go through these moves. Best. Knight c3. It likes h6 a little. It says bishop b7 is bad, but the difference between bishop e7 and h6 is not so much. Now maybe Cloud DB isn't going to have anything here for bishop e7. Here we go. And I'm right. It says knight a4. So, okay. Let's say Cloud confirms. All right, so 92. And we'll also kind of want to look at the master's database here. So h6 says best. h4 best. And now the big question. It's talking knight a5. Look at that. It's not even considering g5 here. Not even considering it. Let's go look at the master's database, see what other people played. Castles long. No one played g5. No one played g5 here, man. No one played my move either. How do I balance the cloud info of eval versus win rates versus note? I don't know what note means. The win rate thing to me is just ridiculous. Win rate thing doesn't mean anything for my human understanding of the game, but maybe I'll come around to understanding what that means. Okay, so let's ask the engine about g5 here. This is my opponent thought it was winning. So, by the way, it's giving my a5 up there. I wasn't looking at knight a5. Let's put that in there as the computer move. And then we'll go back and we'll say, I want to just go down the rabbit hole of g5 for a second. I think bishop takes is the human way. It's talking about f4 and knight h3. Okay, good. So, what we're going to say is cloud confirms. Cloud, or rather, SF confirms. Actually, why don't we just put f4 in here? And good. So that denotes that L Stockfish found that thing. Now, let's go back to this beautiful cloud thing, because somebody has still analyzed this with A5. Wait, that's the master's database. Look at that. So it's still saying the position's basically equal. H5. Oh, notice the I got it, best versus bad. The best versus bad. Look at that thing. It's like the difference between best, good, and bad is 0.2. A little bit funky. So A4 is best, very good. Knight C3 says is bad, but look at that, it's a difference of 0.7. And now Queen A6, Queen B3, bad. Now, by the way, what's interesting with Queen A6 is it's saying it's equal. So we got to make a note here. We'll say, Cloud agrees this is best, but says equal. All right, let's go back. So what's amazing is if Queen B3 is shown up here, which it is, somebody, maybe my opponent, I don't know, put this into the engine. All right, now this is no longer available. Okay, so now which positions do I want it to analyze? I want to look at with the engine. First, let's find out with the human database here. So A5. Actually, H5, which is the correct move, is a novelty. I don't know. Okay, so Queen B3. Let's see what it says about this position. It's like in Queen takes, pawn takes, bishop D2. Now, by the way, in my analysis, I came to the conclusion that even though Queen B3 was bad, that black could still potentially be better. I was not looking at bishop D2, though, which makes no sense to me, bishop D2. And I will say, this move makes no sense to me. So bishop E3. Now it wants G5. Interesting. Let's look at this. So, I would be concerned with knight D2, knight A5. F4. Okay. Do I understand what the hell's going on here? So g5, I get that he needs to take. We're going to say, didn't consider hard for me to understand. H takes, F takes. I just wants G5 like a freakazoid. So, bishop love from the engine. So knight d2 would be the only thing I would be worried about. I don't think anything else. Like even after knight b5, king d7, I'm not going to allow that. Let's say knight d2, knight a5 with g5. You're still going to play, yeah, fascinating. Okay. So. Fascinating. All right, so castles. It actually is lighting up a little bit with g3, okay. And now knight a5, knight d2. F4, dude. F4. That is bizarre. All right, so does it like rook a b8? I still like rook a b8. I like the idea that we're just going to toss it f4 at some point. We're just going to toss it. All right, f6. Yeah, knight e2 is clearly the move. Rook e1. And now either fe or bishop f7. I was correct about that. Rook a d8. And now I'm blundering knight e2. All right, bishop f7. Knight f4. fe5. I was right about de5. Knight e5. D6, tomb. And my rook ed1 move is coming up there. It has other ideas as well. All right, knight d3, f4, rook e4, knight e5, question mark. D3 exclam. King f2, rook e4, boom, boom, boom. I'm winning. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Might do a lesson a little later with the student. Okay, I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go make a coffee, and what we have going on today is this business where we do have a top game, and there's only one. Giri-Sindarov. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say we are going to go over here, and we're going to change the title. We're going to say Giri-Sindarov plus Dojo work. I'm going to update the title. Good. All right, good friends, let's see what we're doing here. I will be back in a second. I'm going to turn this engine off before I lose my mind.
Welcome to Dojo.
Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts, and he starts to gloat when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the crowd is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he got more follows than my boy Eric Dicey. Opinions on Magnus, Hans, and Karyakin, who cheated who, which engine did he packing. He got blocked by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong, he scored a like from Truong. He's got lightning attacks on GM, blunders and gaffes, true not over the board, it's only the other chat. Still his 7-year plan ensures the last laugh. Distractions detract from any actual actions. Excuses are useless, he rues his inaction. Awaits satisfaction, the status of Magnus. He bought 50 books and opened up 10. Fools ought to read Psalms, not my system. He's got 30 alt accounts on every site around. Chessable courses keep looking cheaper by the pound. He got 22 databases and 36 engines, 25 chess sets, and a massive clock collection. He bought merch from Gotham, Bra and Naka, but his game history looked like some chess copy pasta. A GM coach that he don't listen to, and if you think it is, then yes, my friend, yes, this is you. But that all changed one bright sunny day when a friend said, hey, don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I stepped away from easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. So Joe got into the business, stopped the app sickness, daily practices rhythm, he even upped his fitness. He found sparring cathartic, postmortems charming. With the plus equal minus, he was armed for elo farming. With notepad and pen, he built up calluses, escape rating paralysis with lengthy game analysis. With sensei direction, he sold his collection. Read one classic and that was fantastic. Now he locked to the spot where they checking off boxes. Young prodigies and some wily old foxes. 3.5 points per box, that's shocking progress. Goal nearing, cohort cheering, Joe doesn't hear it. He's monotasking, no relaxing, concentration maxing. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. Now occasionally, he peeps the world of the tweet and laughs when he sees the player that he used to be. Blank face staring, complex plans comparing while he's dojo training. Hours a day playing out positions, transpositions, and growing his board vision. Transition from poser to player, focus without a care. He leaves them complaining in his dust, staying with their week-old ratings. Blast past his week-old rating, each week's a new occasion. He never takes vacation, the work is entertaining, the growth he's maintaining. And now Joe is explaining, hey, don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Welcome to the dojo.
Welcome Welcome to Dojo.
Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts, and he starts to gloat when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the crowd is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he got more follows than my boy Eric Dicey. Opinions on Magnus, Hans, and Karyakin, who cheated who, which engine
That
did he
ain't
packing.
Magnus.
He got blocked by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong. He scored a like from Truong. He's got lightning attacks on GM, blunders and gaffes. True, not over the board, it's only the other chat. Still, his 7-year plan ensures the last laugh. Distractions detract from any actual actions. Excuses are useless, he rues his inaction. Awaits satisfaction, the status of Magnus. He bought 50 books and opened up 10. Fools ought to read Psalms, not my system. He's got 30 alt accounts on every site around. Chessable courses keep looking cheaper by the pound. He got 22 databases and 36 engines, 25 chess sets, and a massive clock collection. He bought merch from Gotham, Bra and Naka, but his game history looked like some chess copy pasta. A GM coach that he don't listen to, and if you think it is, then yes, my friend, yes, this is you. But that all changed one bright sunny day when a friend said, hey, don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I stepped away from easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. So Joe got into the business, stopped the app sickness, daily practices rhythm, he even upped his fitness. He found sparring cathartic, postmortems charming. With the plus equal minus, he was armed for elo farming. With notepad and pen, he built up calluses, escape rating paralysis with lengthy game analysis. With sensei direction, he sold his collection. Read one classic and that was fantastic. Now he locked to the spot where they checking off boxes. Young prodigies and some wily old foxes. 3.5 points per box, that's shocking progress. Goal nearing, cohort cheering, Joe doesn't hear it. He's monotasking, no relaxing, concentration maxing. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. Now occasionally, he peeps the world of the tweet and laughs when he sees the player that he used to be. Blank face staring, complex plans comparing while he's dojo training. Hours a day playing out positions, transpositions, and growing his board vision. Transition from poser to player, focus without a care. He leaves them complaining in his dust, staying with their week-old ratings. Blast past his week-old rating, each week's a new occasion. He never takes vacation, the work is entertaining, the growth he's maintaining. And now Joe is explaining, hey, don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Welcome to the dojo.
Welcome to Dojo.
Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts, and he starts to gloat when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the crowd is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he got more follows than my boy Eric Dicey. Opinions on Magnus, Hans, and Karyakin, who cheated who, which engine
That
did he
ain't
packing. He
Magnus.
got blocked by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong, he scored a like.
All right, my friends, I just realized I'm caught up now. It's a very surprising thing. I thought I wasn't. I didn't know I was going to catch up. So I am done with this part of it. And I just need to now go over here and I'll say annotate, update, we'll add one. And we're going to say 1 hour 30. And now, actually, before the candidate starts, I am going to do a little bit of opening work. Also, just try to play around a little bit with Mr. AI here, with this new Cloud DB thing. And I just want to look at a couple positions and just get a sense of what the thing believes. All right, so we're going to go here. And we're going to look at CloudDB now. This is a totally new animal. All right, first I want to know what CloudDB thinks about the King's Indian. I just want to know. I just want to know what it says. All right, so it likes bishop e3 and bishop e2. Look at that. Notice the eval, nothing so special. The old engines really liked the space advantage from white. So that's revolutionary right there, actually. It's analyzed it enough to be like, yeah, this is okay for black. Let's keep, you know what? This is amazing. I'm gonna just get a piece of paper here. We have the guy who set this up for us. He needs to explain to me a lot about this, how this works. But once I understand it, I want to make a video about the difference in evaluation. So for example, I bet if I turn on the local engine, it'll say significantly better for white. Let's see. So yeah, the top one is the CloudDB, and the bottom ones are the local engine. What this is telling you, my friend, is that even the computer is like, yeah, King's Indian totally playable. Amazing. Okay, let's go through here. Bishop e2. e5, it likes best. It likes d5 best. Back in the day, it was kind of consensus that castles was best. Let's look at d5. What is the problem with knight d7? Interesting. Look at that, it doesn't care, dude. I would play ef5 here. It's like, I don't care. I don't care about you. I don't care about you. Amazing. Okay, so that's fascinating. So d5 and if a5, it wants h3. Not the most intuitive move, my friend. It also thinks bishop g5 is bad. Though the difference between h3 and bishop g5 truly not great. Let's look at bishop g5. h6. Bishop h4. Just see what it thinks is the main line. See, I would have thought castles is the old main move. It's not even on here. Well, look at that. Actually, all these moves it's saying are roughly the same eval. Let's go castles. Bishop d7. This is the old main line. It's saying f5 is poor. f3. Bishop f6. I want to look at bishop h6. Okay. Well, let's look at rook b1. Check. King h1. Bishop c5. Queen c1. f5. EF5 is what I want. GF5. F4. Saying E4 is bad. It's pretty hectic here. Whew, okay, spicy. So if I played, it's really like you got to play H3. H3 is not an intuitive move here, buddy. Let's see in the Masters database how many people played H3. You already got a couple people. Once the cloud starts saying things. All right, let's look. H3. I don't like this. This is really weird. Bishop G5. I mean, G3 is the human move right there. Okay, I have another question. If it's going to play H3, what does it want black to do here? It says E5, D5. It says knight H5. Oh, man, the computer is just working this whole thing out, man. A3. A3 best move. What, dude? Oh, yeah, let's play A3 here, bud. Let's go ahead and play A3. Oh, this is really intense, dude. AI is changing the game. Let's look at Masters database here. So Bishop E2 is the traditional move. And Bishop E3 is what CloudDB wants. I think this is in the Sam Shanklin course, which is Sam Shanklin, by the way, just doing the dance of the engine. Knight D2. It doesn't care. It really doesn't care. And it wants a C5 move. It is a new game, my friends. It is a new game. When you think about, let me just tell a quick story that pertains to the candidates. Fabi had an edge for years because he was using different engines, especially Leela, to generate positions. And I think this is what Sindarov is doing. And he's doing it on a pretty deep level. Chump GMs like me generally didn't pay for deep computer analysis. And that's what we're getting now, that everybody has access to. At least everybody in the dojo. Okay. So this is stunning. All right, let's do another position now. Just maybe one. I'm just going to go through some positions that I've looked at a lot over the years. So E4. Let's look. Okay, here, look at this. So the engine's saying, look at that, dude. It even thinks knight C6 is totally fine for black. If knight C6 is fine, dude, that's a whole new game. Hold on. Knight C6, D4, D5. Wow, dude. This thing used to be regarded with high suspicion. E5. this. It's all saying this is equal, dude. Watch, if I turn on the engine here, it's going to say white's better. Yep, look at that, 0.5. So, C3, E6. Well, that isn't it. Bishop B3. That's just black is doing fine now, dude. Wow, this knight C6, that could be a secret weapon. I know Douglas Root played that forever. I thought it was bad, dude. I thought it was miserable. Let's just go into this. Even the perk, which has such a bad reputation, is only plus 0.15. D5, 1.6. G6, just 0.2. A6, only 0.21. You would think it would be worse. It likes A6 better than knight F6. Wow, man. Okay. B6 bad. A5. Look at all these chump moves. Wow. Just think about the human evaluation of this position for a second. Knight C6. No, right? No. You would never say knight C6 was as good as D6. All right, and it's saying the French is just as good as the Sicilian. This is stunning. Okay. D4 best. D5. And now it's saying ED5 is best. Wow. ED5 is best. All right, here we go. Knight C3. Now, thank you very much. We've all known that the winter was shit. You didn't have to be a genius to know that, my friend. E5. Knight FD7. F4. C5. Knight F3. Knight C6. A3 is not... Let's do the human move here. Bishop E3. And now let's just follow what it thinks is the best line. Queen B6. Now why? All right, let's put Queen D2 on the board. Oh, and it wants to take. And so this is what it's saying is the best variation for black. Dang. This is very intense. Okay, CD4, knight D4. Let's consider this for a second. Now, bishop D4 and knight D4, I think, are the same thing, so. So it's saying white is a smidge better here. Okay. Just mapping it out for me, man. Mapping it out. I'm a little uncomfortable in this new world, my friends. I'm a little uncomfortable. Okay. Let's go back. Let's see what it says main line is for knight D2. C5 best. Interestingly, knight F6 is way down there. It really doesn't like knight F6. All right, knight GF3, knight F6. Oh, wait. Here. Queen 2. Queen c7. I was playing knight e7. Wow, it's really intense, man. To think that the French is just as good as the Sicilian. That knight c6 move on move 1 is just as good as basically everything. Look at that. Knight c6, 0.03. c6, 0.02. You know? Look at that. Let's see what it now thinks is the best Sicilian. All right, knight f3 best. d6 best. d4 best. a6 best, amazing. Okay, also likes the dragon. It's saying the Scheveningen e6 is bad. Well, it's a difference of 0.06. I don't know. But all right, e5. Look at that knight b3. So that was the old move. Nowadays, they really like this knight f3 stuff. There used to be strong opinions here whether bishop e6 or bishop e7 were better. Normally here you wouldn't allow f5 like this. And it's just like, yeah, bishop b7, I'm fine. I don't care. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. Amazing. All right, also fascinating. It's saying g6 is fine. Bishop c4. Okay, wait. Let's do the fancy stuff. So it's, wait a second. All right, bishop e3. Bishop g7. f3. Knight c6. Queen d2. Castles. Castles. d5 best. Wow, people figured this out, dude. e5. Knight d5. Knight c6. Pawn c6. Bishop d4. The old engine said white had an advantage here. Bishop e6. Look at that, bud. I don't care. I don't care. Let's see how many humans are playing this now already. Bishop e6. They're into it, buddy. They're playing it all right. Knight e4. Rook e8 now. Bishop c4. Dance here that's hard for humans to understand. The game of chess has changed, my friend. Wow. Okay, the game of chess has truly changed. All right. Now, let's do a similar game with d4. So basically, even c6 is fine. Even a6 isn't that bad. Look at that, it's only 0.2. Back in the day, it would have been much higher with the engine, and also with the human eval. I want to know what its top move is after f5. Oh, I really like bishop g5. Knight h3. Knight h3, bro. That's your best, bud. Now bishop d5. No comprendo. So let's figure this out. What is it not like about bishop g5? h6. I see. So on knight h3, we're like waiting for knight f6. Huh. Look at that. It says knight e4 is bad because of bishop h4 or bishop h4. I mean, yeah, okay. Because then we can hit him with f3 too later. Okay, bishop g5. Let's just continue this little process. Now knight f4 exclam. Dang. We're saying no h6 for you, buddy. I'm assuming, let's go check that. h6, knight g6. Wow, knight f4. That's a cool idea. That's a cool idea. All right, bishop e7, e3, knight c6. Let's put in castles. That's a human move. Knight d2, knight c6. Okay, wait a second. Now the castles is on. What is el problemito with h6? Bishop takes, bishop takes. g4. Dang, bruv. That's some chess, my friends. That's some chess. And it's saying it's the milk's gone bad. Wow, dude. Wow, okay. Milk has gone bad. There's all kinds of interesting things I'm being turned on to. Hold on. We had the Dutch. We had the French. Wow, man. Okay. We had this knight c6 thing. Amazing. Okay, I want to go back to LD4. It's a little bit hard for me to understand this. So one of the problems is the eval is not based on positional factors, but is based on this win rate thing, which is a real problem because, I mean, the eval is not zeros. No way, white's a little bit better. But this win rate thing, oh, that's confusing, man. That's confusing. All right, so let's get into it. Knight f6. It likes knight d2 as much as it likes knight f3. Let's just go down this rabbit hole for a second. Let's put in d5. Knight gf3, c5, e3. So this could be like a reversed knight bd7 situation. Let's just say I put in bishop d4. It's saying something is dramatically wrong with it because it's not even there, dude. dc5 and I'm already better. Okay. Amazing. So cd4. What's fun about this knight d2 move is if it's true, like you have a little weapon you can throw out there. I don't want bishop b5. Sure, c3, bro. Bishop g4, h3, queen a4, or g4. Let's see what it wants with g4. Dang, bro. Wow. Okay. Some real new sauce here. All right. So D4. New ideas are happening here. All right. Knight f6. C4. All right. So there we have it. The King's Indian is just, and or Grunfeld, just fine. D5 is poor. Otherwise, we got C6, G6, E6. Okay, E6. Saying knight C3 best. And now bishop B4 is the same. E3 best. All these things are basically the same. Bishop D3, D5. This is the traditional move. I like that B6 move, but it's also talking to me about this. Okay. Wow. Stunning. Things have changed, my friends. They have changed. All right. Another key opening I just want to kind of look at for a second with this is, let's look at what it's saying about the Grunfeld. Wow, what's bishop G5? Now, by the way, like, E3 is not a traditional move, but if you could make that work, you know, you're kind of a dangerous man. All right, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, castles is bad. It understands that. Now check. I don't like that move. I like bishop E3. It says it's fine. It says it's all the same. Bishop D2. Oh, God. That's all saying it's all equal. Man. Oh, God. Things are now different, my friends. They are different. H3. I don't want to play H3, man. H4. Look at that. It's saying H4 is just as good. Just as good as all this other crud. So let's look at H4 for a second. It says black can do any number of things. Now D5 is saying it's bad. Interesting, because then D5 I have CD. That's an interesting point. Oh. And it, oh, I get it now, what the deal is. So bishop G7, knight C3. Let's say castles. E4. It's interesting. So it's like the intention of H4 is actually to prevent D5. That is very wild to me. D6. Bishop E2. C5. Knight F3. I don't want to play knight F3. No way. No way, Jose. We want to close it down. And then he needs this bazness. When are we playing h5, boss? Right here. We're developing our rook. Wow, that's a fun position, man. That's just a fun position. Wow, okay. Huh? You can become a very dangerous man with this new information. And that's what Sindarov's doing, my friend. He has gone deep in this. Because basically, this thing is showing that moves that you previously did not really consider are better than they looked. Simple chess. I don't want to play knight f3. Give me a break. We just were there. Wow. Amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. All right, my friends, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to write this guy Jalp, and he is going to maybe help me do something with this opening thing so I can do a video on it. It clearly is a game changer. And then we're going to come back, and Fabi is going to be on. In fact, let's bring this up here. This is going to be our business. And so we are going to be looking at the Fobster here. Not the Fobster, excuse me. Fobster's done, bro. We're going to look at Giri-Sindarov. Giri's opening play has been pretty tame. One thing's interesting, though, is that he has really been going for it with the Catalan. Let's ask. Now, my local engine was saying recently that the Catalan was like, you know, the top move or whatever. But let's go into it here and just look briefly at this position. So here it's saying G3. It's saying it's basically all equal, even H3. Do you guys remember H3 when Nepo played it? And we were like, oh, God, that's effing terrible. And here his thing is saying H3 is fine. Fine. Oh, my gosh. All right, it likes knight C3 best. Now, all of these moves are possible. By the way, the C5 move, he wants the semi-Tarrasch. I was looking at that earlier. I'm going to put that on there too. Totally a game changer. Bishop B4, of course. C6, Bishop E7. Knight D7. I want to see what it likes best for white here. This is a very popular thing I've faced a couple times. And they're saying all these moves are fine. They're basically all the same thing. I think knight D7 here is a very compelling try for black. Yeah. Now I want to know what it wants after bishop G5 though. H6, bishop H4, and just bishop E7, like a slow dude. Castles. Let's just say you played bishop E2. Then I'm going to take A6. Simple chess, bro. Simple chess. Wow. Okay, this is amazing. This is a game changer, my friends. All right, I'm going to make a coffee. We're coming back. We're going to do Fabi over. Not Fabi. I keep saying Fabi. Fabi's dream is over, my friend. Fabi's dream is over. It's all over. We're going to turn our analysis off here. Will I look at the Cloud DB? Good question. I'm going to be back. We're going to start this show.
Welcome.
he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts, and he starts to gloat when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the club is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he got more follows than my boy Eric Dicey. Opinions on Magnus, Hans, and Karyakin, who cheated who, which engine that he hacking. He got blocked by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong, he scored a like from Truan. He's got lightning attacks on GM, blunders and gaffes, true not over the board, it's only the other chat. Still his 7-year plan ensures the last laugh. Distractions detract from any actual actions. Excuses are useless, he rues his inaction. Awaits satisfaction, the status of Magnus. He bought 50 books and opened up 10. Fools ought to read Psalms, not my system. He's got 30 alt accounts on every site around. Chessable courses keep looking cheaper by the pound. He got 22 databases and 36 engines, 25 chess sets, and a massive clock collection. He bought merch from Gotham, Bra and Naka, but his game history looked like some chess copy pasta. A GM coach that he don't listen to, and if you think it is, then yes, my friend, yes, this is you. But that all changed one bright sunny day when a friend said, hey, don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. Sweatwork's what I believe, waiting's what I'll receive. Don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I stepped away from easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If sweatwork's what I believe, waiting's what I'll receive. So Joe got into the business, stopped the app sickness, daily practice his rhythm, he even upped his fitness. He found sparring cathartic, postmortems charming. With the plus equal minus, he was armed for elo farming. With notepad and pen, he built up calluses, escape rating paralysis with lengthy game analysis. With sensei direction, he sold his collection. Read one classic and that was fantastic. Now he locked to the spot where they checking off boxes. Young prodigies and some wily old foxes. 3.5 points per box, that's shocking progress. Goal nearing, cohort cheering, Joe doesn't hear it. He's monotasking, no relaxing, concentration maxing. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work, will work, will work, work, never stop. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work, will work, will work, work, never stop. Now occasionally, he peeps the world of the tweet and laughs when he sees the player that he used to be. Blank face staring, complex plans comparing while he's dojo training. Hours a day playing out positions, transpositions, and growing his board vision. Transition from poser to player, focus without a care. He leaves them complaining in his dust, staying with their week-old ratings. Blast past his week-old rating, each week's a new occasion. He never takes vacation, the work is entertaining, the growth he's maintaining. And now Joe is explaining, hey, don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If sweatwork's what I believe, waiting's what I'll receive. Don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If sweatwork's what I believe, waiting's what I'll receive. Welcome to the dojo.
Welcome to the dojo.
Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts, and he starts to gloat when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the club is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he got more follows than my boy Eric Dicey. Opinions on Magnus, Hans, and Karyakin, who cheated who, which engine that he hacking. He got blocked by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong, he scored a like from Truan. He's got lightning attacks on GM, blunders and gaffes, true not over the board, it's only the other chat. Still his 7-year plan ensures the last laugh. Distractions detract from any actual actions. Excuses are useless, he rues his inaction. Awaits satisfaction, the status of Magnus. He bought 50 books and opened up 10. Fools ought to read Psalms, not my system. He's got 30 alt accounts on every site around. Chessable courses keep looking cheaper by the pound. He got 22 databases and 36 engines, 25 chess sets, and a massive clock collection. He bought merch from Gotham, Bra and Naka, but his game history looked like some chess copy pasta. A GM coach that he don't listen to, and if you think it is, then yes, my friend, yes, this is you. But that all changed one bright sunny day when a friend said, hey, don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. Sweatwork's what I believe. Waiting's what I'll receive. Don't you know? Welcome to the dojo. It's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo. I stepped away from easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If sweatwork's what I believe. Waiting's what I'll receive. So Joe got into the business, stopped the app sickness, daily practice his rhythm, he even upped his fitness. He found sparring cathartic, postmortems charming. With the plus equal minus, he was armed for elo farming. With notepad and pen, he built up calluses, escape rating paralysis. With lengthy game analysis, with sensei direction, he sold his collection. Read one classic and that was fantastic. Now he locked to the spot where they checking off boxes. Young prodigies and some wily old foxes. 3.5 points per box, that's shocking progress. Goal nearing, cohort cheering, Joe doesn't hear it. He's monotasking, no relaxing, concentration maxing. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work, will work, will work, work, never stop. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work, will work, will work, work, never stop. Now occasionally, he peeps the world of the tweet and laughs when he sees the player that he used to be. Blank face staring, complex plans comparing while he's dojo training. Hours a day playing out positions, transpositions, and growing his board vision. Transition from poser to player, focus without a care. He leaves them complaining in his dust, staying with their week-old ratings. Blast past his week-old rating, each week's a new occasion. He never takes vacation, the work is entertaining, the growth he's maintaining. And now Joe is explaining, hey, don't you know? Welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If sweatwork's what I believe, waiting's what I'll receive. Don't you know? Welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If sweatwork's what I believe, rating's what I'll receive. Welcome to the dojo!
Welcome to the dojo.
Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts, and he starts to gloat when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the club is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he got more follows than my boy Eric. Opinions on Magnus, hands and Karyakin, who cheated who, which engine that he hacking. He got blocked by short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong, he scored a like from Truong. He's got lightning attacks on GM blunders and gaffes, true not over the board, it's only the other chat. Still his 7-year plan ensures the last laugh. Distractions detract from any actual actions. Excuses are useless, he rues his inaction. Awaits satisfaction, the status of Magnus. He bought 50 books and opened up 10. Fools ought to read Psalms, not my system. He's got 30 alt accounts on every site around. Chessable courses keep looking cheaper by the pound. He got 20.
All right, my friends, here we go. What do we got here? Let's go back a second. So this bishop e7. Now he's not doing the Catalan, which has been his want recently, but playing this way. And they're playing very quickly. One of the bummers here, like, you know, you think about that engine we were just looking at, is that there's like, I feel like this position's familiar to me, like now e4. And back in the day, we thought it was a little bit better for white. But yeah, so you're going to have your choice with all these variations as black that are fundamentally equal, at least according to the engine. Doesn't mean you understand them or anything. But yeah, all right. So for example, let's grab this thing and bring it to the dojo land. And we'll go games, analysis board, delete. Starting position, or PGN, excuse me. Paste. Importovich. All right, E4. Now we're looking at the cloud database. Now, actually, okay, so this is interesting. One of the confusing things as a player is you could become discouraged when you see like a 0.28 or something like that. But you know, you're playing a human. We're obviously everything's still at stake here. Now, this position, I want to say, from my own understanding, does feel better for white because the bishop on c5 is poor, because our bishop on d3 might turn into an animal, all this stuff. I was up a little early. I'm always up early, though. Okay, so here we go. This is our position. And there we have it. Rook e8 and knight g3. Now, these other moves make no, like bishop g5, rook c1, that doesn't make any sense to me. Knight g3 is definitely the human move. All right. So, from a competitive standpoint, we'd say white's got to be thankful about this position. Yeah, I think this is very interesting for white because you have chances to generate some stuff on the king side. If I was going to guess the move here, it'd be queen b6. Bishop f8 is what the cloud DB thing here wants. All right, we'll see here if dude is, how prepared he is. Also, let's ask another thing for this cloud DB. Let's say we go back to this position. And yeah, it's saying bishop, let's just roll through this. So bishop e7. Let me just say, this is so different than any kind of, you know, engine analysis back in the day, because this is already, what I'm looking at here is the result of like deep work from the engine. Now, I just want to say, at the dojo here, we do engineless commentary, and it's mostly, I'm just interested in this new tool and how to think about where Sindarov is doing with his opening prep. So CD5, the engine likes it. This is all well known. Right. And now bishop f5. I feel like there was some old games by Botvinnik as white and black with bishop f5. All right, bishop d3, c5, knight e2. There were some games from Topalov back in the day with this. So this is all somehow still considered the main deal here. So they're just following the engine, bro. Okay, so here is where this d4 move, which is totally like what they used to do, okay? So Sindarov is actually the one departing from L engine here. The good and the bad thing, JW, it's, to me, it's just like, I don't know what to say. So, anyways, d4, the old human move. e4, rook e8, knight g3. Okay, let's see if Sindarov has moved. Knight d7. Okay. I like white's position. I like white's position here. All right. I want to, at some point very soon, I want to transition away from this cloud DB thing because it feels like I'm cheating. But the thing about that cloud DB is, and we can see it here and how fast they're moving, is we're kind of inside. We're now able to see what the top players are doing, basically, because now the average player has access to the super strong computer. From a human point of view, the black is playing on the dark squares, wants to play knight e5. However, the big question is the light squares. And when you play knight d7, you're focused solely on the dark squares. And I can play bishop c4, either with rook c1 first or after. And the bishop is very strong. The potential king side attack is very strong. Yeah, okay. So, beautiful stuff. We had a question, if Giri ends up in a losing position and offers a draw, would Sindarov accept? That's a good point. Probably. You know, I don't know. It depends how easy it would be. But basically here, you know, I'm doing this stream today. By the way, if you're just joining, I'm sorry we dropped the ball. Kostya left me on that last week, and then I got a like a hoarse voice. I ended up dying a little bit. I was out of commission. So the dojo commentary kind of halted. Also, that was the day where it was really clear that Fabi wasn't going anywhere. So then it just seemed like, oh, this is Sindarov's event. It's been that way for a while. Today is just be like the final, what do I want to call it? The final, right? I am going to actually write a question to our genius person who did the engine. He was the one who set it up. And no projects. Game editor. Blah blah blah. I want to do a video on this, but I don't understand it yet. There are still things about this CloudDB thing I don't get. I don't know who's using it to create these things, how deep it goes, if there's an update to Stockfish, like am I just looking at an old Stockfish eval? How should I think about these 0.01 things? How should I think about that? All right. I am having trouble finding things. I'm just going to write them directly. So. Can we meet sometime to talk about the Cloud DB? I want to make a vid and still have some big questions. Maybe AI can help me explain it to me. That's actually why we're doing this. Let's just see if the AI explain Cloud DB chess to me. I don't know if that's even the right name for it. CloudDB is a massive community-driven database of opening positions. Instead of your computer calculating a move from scratch, it queries the cloud to see if that position has already been analyzed by a powerful engine. It isn't just a list of human games, it is a repository of engine evaluations. If a GM or a high-end server has already run Stockfish at depth 50 on a position, those results are stored for everyone. If the move is unknown, you can often request analysis. But by the way, like it's gone deep. Like so many people have done this thing already that the thing is just super deep. Okay. Totally different question. Coast is bringing this up in the Discord that I could ask. I want to ask you guys. And we're gonna do a Dojo talks later about this take thing and the documentary that came out. So the take thing is they want to partner with Lichess and create their own play zone. Something I've wanted to do forever at the dojo is to create our own play zone. And Kosia is talking to a guy who used to run Chessable. I know him well. His name's Giri. He's a nice guy. And he's saying we should do our own play zone. So question. If you're a dojo member, is that something you think we should do? It would be... In the past, there's the question that we need a powerful server to make it so the ping times between different people are fast enough for it to be reasonable. But of course, it would be so cool. We have so many players who, are playing in our tournaments and stuff like that. That I want a play zone, buddy. Why is Ben talking? What do you mean, probably not on the AI front? The other thing that's amazing about this is there was a site that Kostya and the dojo helped promote. I can't even remember what it's called now. But previously it was a site where you could then run the supercomputer for a price. Now, though, if all these things are stored and so many people have already done the analysis, then there's no reason that you need to do it because the analysis runs so deep. And so that gives us access to this thing, and it's also just a different view of openings. When I turn on my little browser here, it will always say white has the advantage. Turn on CloudDB, it's saying no, it's just completely equal. But I think that's different, and I don't like it the way it's talking about it. It's not using positional factors, it's using this win rate thing, which to me is obscene. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. All right, we're sitting here waiting, anticipating. Here's what H. Plar says. I am not a dojo member at the moment, but when it comes to the take play zone, I think the best thing about it is that the game review is free. Interesting, because ChessCon makes you pay for it. But doesn't Lichess also has a game review feature, right? So what about what's the deal there? Algo game review stinks. Huh, okay. All right, we got A3. This was not expected. 12 minutes. And let's say a couple obvious things. The issue with A3, as I see it, is this bishop wants to be a champion, and so a move like bishop c4 makes a lot of sense. Knight f6 left e4 pawn, so we could have thought about it. Okay. So the main question for me is, what about knight d e5? what white is saying with a3 is that we have the unopposed bishop here. Our pawns control the dark squares, and we are going to be able to, fight for those squares at some point, play b4 with an interesting position. Now, see, now this is where the computer can get kind of funny. I'll tell you what, I think this is going to be the last time I look. We'll just see over here with this a3 move if it exists. It says bad. It says bad, but whatever. And it still likes this bishop f8, but it also says that my move, knight de5, is bad. Dude. Bishop takes, and then we're at the end. Interesting. So someone else went this far, and it stopped. So I want to stop here too. I'm going to close this down. I might look at other interesting opening positions if this game becomes too tedious for me. But now we're going to look at it with human eyes. Okay. So, they're chatting about this in Discord. All right. So big question. So let's say obvious things. The bishop on c5 is poor. The bishop on d3 is amazing, but it is also the blockader of black's pawn on d4. The black pawn on d4 wants to push because Nimzovich said, he talked about the concupiscence of the passed pawn. And here we really see it. It's not just because passed pawns want to be pushed, but if we can play d3 at any point, we gain access to the d4 square. Actually, there was a moment. Yesterday, I played Sunday, I played a action tournament, and I went 5-0. I was kind of happy with that, and I played 2 FMs. And in one moment, I was like doing really well, but I allowed d3. I missed it, and it was like a similar thing where knight d4 came on the board. And I still won the game, but, it was a rapid game with a lot of shaky stuff. I still think I was better in the position where I allowed it, but it was something I should not have allowed. And so maybe that's a little bit on my mind here. Okay. Wise Ben says, why the dojo play zone just for the sparring positions would be nice. Yeah, that's what they're talking about in Discord too, that we could start it with the sparring positions. So, okay, let's talk about the engine, this CloudDB thing. It's, from its perspective, everything's equal. From my perspective, this position is just nicer for white because not only do we got the 2 bishops and stuff, but like we have a potential attack on the king side, and at some point we want to play f4. I think when a player plays a3 here, it's as if they're saying too, I'm not really interested in bishop c4. I'm just going to leave this cookie here. I'm going to leave that cookie here. Put these pawns maybe here. Maybe, not totally necessary. But that, I'll kind of control the queen side and the light and the dark over there. The engine move, bishop f8. again, that was the last time I was looking at that stupid engine. But the engine move, bishop f8, it seems pretty joyless to me from black's perspective. Maybe actually what the computer sees is we could think about g6 and bishop g7. g6 is nice because the knight has no squares. A thought for black here is, even though knight d7 looks like we are intending knight e5, maybe a better way to look at it is to say, what we're doing is we want to be careful with knight e5 because that allows white to do this business to us with f4 and stuff. So maybe the strategy is just to sit and say, white, you can't actually do that much to me. All right, so my guess in this position is less guess the move and more like guess the plan. I like g6 at some point, either before bishop f8 or with bishop f8 first. It might not even make a difference which move order you play it. But notice with this stuff, even if we achieved it, it's not like we're setting the world on fire or something. We're just improving our pieces a little bit. Driesmont is saying he had to come up with a sideline to make anything happen. I don't know. No, I don't know. I think, if anything, Sindarov was the dude who played the sideline. And then instead of a3, I think bishop c4 looked very promising. And I think a3 kind of gives up with the idea of bishop c4 a little bit. Giri is the goon you send after the first assassin failed. He kind of is, dude. He kind of is. Poor Fabi, dude. Poor Fabi. He could have been world champion, bro. Could have been world champion. And now, I think a lot of it has to do with what I just witnessed with the Cloud DB. I think now that Fabi's a little older, it's easier for the younger generation to adapt to the new way the engines are working. Because of what I just witnessed, man, that was a whole new level. That was a whole new level of madness. Well, we're getting some good thinking here. Some good thinking. I'm not really interested in the other games too much, but let's go click in there. And standard position in Fabi Prague. That's been seen since the beginning of time. Very hot. And Naka Bluebaum. That's going to be a draw. Naka has not been too ambitious here at this tournament. And then we got some kind of weird Petrov thing going on there. And Esipenko has won the battle of the opening. Fabi has at least won the battle of the opening in his game with Prague. Someone said, interestingly, I think it was a Reddit post or something. It was like, yeah, as a fan of Prague, I've never been more disappointed. And I was like, dang, that's rough. But it's rough, but it's probably true. Yeah, Madin Ying. He's been amazing, dude. Wise Ben says, I think Fabi has at least one more try in him, but he can't enter the candidates as the favorite. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he's getting older, and these kids are getting, like, it's a whole new generation, man. It's a whole new generation. Yeah. All right, so Sindarov's having a think here. You've got to be happy to see the move a3. It's just like, it's definitely a little soft. There's some poison to it and everything, but it's a little soft of a move. A little soft. Lorenzo says, if you turn the dojo into a play site open to non-members, wouldn't you have to come with some anti-cheat software as well? I think if we did it, honestly, the interesting thing where I think the reason it might be cool is the dojo is a community where it's okay. We run our own tournaments, right? And we definitely have a lower cheating rate than the general populace, just based on who comes to the dojo. So the argument is like, yes, we would have our anti-cheat thing going on, but more powerfully, it's a quote I like is demographics are destiny. So for example, there are certain places that anyone has been out in their life and they're like, you know what, if I left something unattended, something of small value, this would not get stolen here. It'd be fine. The other places would be like, it's going to get stolen. And so the interesting thing about the dojo is it's a similar thing of demographics is destiny, where you say, look, based on the people who are in the dojo, that's why we're not going to see nearly the rate of cheating that you see, for example, on chess.com. And now with AI, I think the barrier before was, oh, it's really hard to run anti-cheating stuff, but we would be able to do it. Furthermore, with chess.com, there's so much in there that's anonymous, and we could make it non-anonymous. Gantana Chess, thank you for rating. I hope you had a nice stream. We're talking about this Anish Giri game, dude. We don't think he really has a chance. Knight to e5, 12-minute thought. I didn't like this move. So, by the way, I want to say about this knight to e5. It was my very first instinct in the position, just because dude had played knight d7. So clearly it was also Sindarov's idea. Okay? And I didn't like it because it seemed to me that bishop takes followed by f4 would be a dangerous position for black. We're going to see if I'm right about that, but that was my intuition. Furthermore, the bishop on c5 really did need some kind of improvement. So it sitting there is not a good thing, ultimately. And if he had played like the bishop f8, g6 thing, I don't know quite what white would do. But the second you play knight e5, it's like, oh, now I know what to do, buddy. Now I know what to do. I'm going to take that thing, I'm going to play f4, and then we're going to go on from there. Adam is with me. So we're talking about bishop e5, knight e5, f4. It's hard to imagine a different move than knight d3. In this position, I just want to go ahead and say, I've seen this thing before. This is dangerous. I can put my pawn here. My knight can come to one of those squares. This pawn might go to f6 someday, depending on how things go. My other rook comes here. It's a very simple setup. There's, as far as I can tell, zero counterplay. Very hard business. I don't know what you do. Maybe you can play for like queen b6 followed by queen a6 or something weird like that, just to get me off of this blockade square. Not convincing. So I'm definitely anticipating bishop e5. And to me, it does not look good for Mr. Black. All right. I'm going to do my screen. I wasn't convinced that this was going to become an amazing game, by the way. I wasn't convinced. But now I'm looking at this and I'm like, you know what? This game might become truly interesting. Let's move this down here. So, what am I trying to do? I want to just move it like this, and now we're going to scooch it, baby. Gonna scooch it, baby. And now I'm gonna do something. We're going to go get a text here. And we're going to say, use code candidates for 20% off the dojo. Oh, shoo. Oh, I had a nice save there, my friends. That was a good save. Here, let's go. Boom. We'll go up here. Let's put it up. So, all right, we're just going to make that smaller. I'm going to put this up here. Whoop. So that applies to anything. So we have our base training program. We also have this great new game and review thing, which is very fun. I've been enjoying it a lot. I'm hoping we can get it for me too. So we have to get some higher rated people into it. But then, you know, we could hire a famous GM, and that famous GM, doesn't have to be famous necessarily, could help us, the top players, kind of like go over our games, think about our training, that kind of work. Anyways, so you can get 20% off of any of those things if you do it. Now, am I a GM today? I'm a GM today. Thank you, boss. Oh, I called it. I'm good. So now we're going to see what Black's intention was. And Black needs a good move here. I don't know what it is. I like White a lot. One sad move would be F6. Just to restrain E5. I don't like it. I don't like it. I mentioned Queen B6. I don't like that either. So something I'll stress about this position that I really don't like about for Black is it feels to me like White's play is very easy to understand. We have a majority on the king side. That's our strong side. That's what we're going to push. This rook, all of my pieces know exactamundo where they want to go. If you wanted to make an argument for Black here, the only positive thing we could say is that the ancients said that the queen was the worst blockader of the pawn. Now, that's true, but you can see it's not that easy. The only way to really mess with White would be to achieve some kind of rook e3, and I don't know how that happens, right? One reason, by the way, to avoid a b4 move is that then rook c3 becomes an option. Adam says, I think Black is losing here, honestly. I think it has a weaker position just looking at space. Definitely, I don't know. Yeah, losing is too strong. Now, let me just say, the engines are changing the way we talk about these positions. I like the old human way of talking about it. Like, to me, I would say White has a clear advantage. Now, Black does have some kind of idea, and here's his idea, Queen b6. Now, I mentioned before that an intention of this move could be to play Queen a6. So this is now concrete, all right? So all that stuff I said about optics is all true, but now it's going to be concrete. And I think we do have a cool idea actually from Black, okay? The idea is to provoke b4. If I provoke b4, then it will be difficult, if not impossible, to stop rook c3 from happening, okay? Inky says, loving the lecture tier so far. Everyone's been great, but I haven't been able to attend the logical chess lecture on a Sunday yet. Wait, why is it Sunday, though? It's Friday. It's always Friday. Logical chess lecture. Yeah, so we have this game and profile review thing. And if you're in that game and profile review, then you're also able to attend what Inky's talking about, which are the lectures. So it changes from month to month, but for the moment, for example, I'm doing Chernev's logical chess move by move. Kostya's doing a D4 class and a calculation class. I am Tatev Abrahamian, is doing a endgame class, and GM Josh Fidel is doing a middle game planning class. Well, that's what Inky is referring to. All right, you guys, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm not going to put it on the starting soon, but I'm just going to be so fast. Basically, when I come back, I'm going to expect Anish not to have moved yet. And the question will be, what should he do? Now, I'm beginning to see the problems for white. For example, the point is, if we could just give up the pawn, then that would be cool. But the problem with giving up the pawn is I'm giving up the c3 square. I really think all of black's play revolves around getting a rook or a queen to that square to challenge the blockade. And if rook f2, or any other defensive move, then queen a6. If b4, then bishop f8, followed by your friend rook c8, rook c3. So that's, I think, what's going on. I'm going to rethink it when I come back. All right, as I was sitting there, contemplating the porcelain god, I had a simple thought, and that is that Anish should maybe do a half-hour tank here. All right, so let me get rid of the arrows. The first question is, if black achieved queen a6, would black be okay? My first instinct is probably. Okay. So what I mean by that is if you spend a move now defending b2, then queen a6 will solve black's problems. It's a thought anyway. Now, white has a lot of candidate moves. Let's go through these candidate moves. He's got knight f5. He's got e5. He's got rook f2. He's got rook c1. He's got b4. He's got king somewhere, maybe h1. Whew. All of these moves are possible. All of these moves are possible. There might even be something else that I'm not looking at. I would like to, by the way, if we're talking about ideal setups, I want to play rook ae1, just so that I'm ready to build over there. But the grief is queen b2, and I don't care. I care less about the pawn and more about the fact that that's going to be counterplay for black. All right, so one of the very first things that I would consider if I was white would be e5, queen b2, knight e4. So I'm preventing queen c3. Black has several moves here. To me, the most natural is bishop b6. Bishop b6, though, loses instantly to rook fb1. Bishop f8, hello, also loses instantly to rook fb1. So that right there, my friends, is a very nice omen. That's a nice omen for white. Now, I think then primary move needs to be, boom, queen a6. If queen b2 is out, that's what you need to do. As I said, it's a real bummer. Does the queen have any nice square to go to? Now, white could certainly consider a move like rook a d1. Yeah, we could definitely consider rook a d1. And maybe we're a little bit better. That's the other wild thing about this position, is that maybe we just go into the endgame and say, look, the reason I'm better, my dear friend, is because this thing is poor. Let's give it a shot. Boom. 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 Rook c8. We're getting play. Oh, he should be fine, right? He should be fine. He's going to play bishop b6, and he's going to be fine. Wait a second, are you sure? Knight e4 with a little friendship over here. A little friendship bracelet. All right, we won't resign yet. Heat. Heat. Still complicated. Still very complicated. Okay. All right, let's center this. All right, so let's go back. As I said, I think Giri should tank forever. Oh, who's a GM today? I'm a GM today. I'm a GM. Okay. So, one of the very nice omens about e5 is you cannot take on b2. I am now predicting queen a6. I guess we could potentially wait a little bit on queen a6. It's dangerous, but like let's say rook c8, would it be that different? A little hard for me to say. I definitely think queen a6 is correctamundo. Now, one of the other questions about queen a6 is, let's say I take immediately. Now, the claim could be that if ba, then I'm a little bit better after this move. We can debate it, but that would be the claim. I don't know. I don't know about it, honestly. But the other question right away is, on queen a6, can he throw this bad boy in? Let's put it on h2 for a second. And now take. Fact is, this knight is very strong. Those are facts. Those are facts, bro. Facts. Let's talk about facts. It's not over, but we still are talking facts here. Gotta believe in white. Gotta believe in white there. Yeah. So I'll tell you what. We're going to do this. We've got the Dojo. It's way up here somewhere. We haven't done it in a while. Is this the one? Okay, wait, take it over this. Right. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. This is the human eval that I'm going to put. And I'm going to say it's 0.5 for white. And I just need to grab it here so we can see it. So I do stream grab or image. No. What is it called, buddy? It's called window capture. And see, different people can do this thing. We're going here, and I'm saying, at the moment, I'm going 0.5. I might raise it to 0.6, but that's where I'm at right now. Let's put it over here. Whoop. And we'll make it a touch smaller. And this is the human eval over here. We do not use engines at the dojo, my friend. This is the human eval. You know what I'm going to do too? I'm going to take it up a notch because I like taking it up a notch. We're going to say 0.6. That's what I'm going for over here, 0.6. One thing I was very interestingly wrong about was it was the Esipenko. I've been wrong on a number of Sindarov's games, but I was really remarkably wrong about Esipenko-Sindarov, and it seemed like white was much better the entire time, and we looked at it after with the engine, and it was just like, no, black was basically fine. It was like down a pawn, it looked great, blah, 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 and engine was like, no, it's okay. So I've been wrong before. I've been wrong before. I'm pretty sure that Giri feels, though. He feels like me because he's an old timer. He's an old timer. And old timers like this position. Okay. What's the plan if queen b2, knight e4, queen b6? Well, first of all, it's, okay, we can look at that. I don't like this, by the way, but we can consider it. I mean, at worst case scenario, rook b1 is kind of, yeah, that looks deadly. I have a feeling there might be something better. By the way, like knight g5, holy moly, that's going to be an initiative, right? You play rook a b1 first, too. Yeah, so I don't think queen b2 can be played. Frydor, thank you for following. Okay. So here we go, e5. Do we have a move? We do. Queen a6. Who's the GM today? I am a GM today, my friend. I called this from like half an hour ago, bro. I called queen a6. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I have no idea what the engine's saying, but Jesse Cry's a chess player, bro. Get rid of that blockading queen. Okay, so queen a6. Now, here, I'm not sure yet what to do. I think rook d1 is a move. I think queen a6 is a move. And we could consider moving the queen somewhere. First bummerino of moving the queen that we got to say is that obviously the bishop becomes free and black will play d3 check, is that I don't have a great square for the queen to go to. That's why I feel we're going to go into an endgame here. Thank you, Sombrero, a.k.a. Cartier. Good to see you, buddy. It's been a while. It's been a long time. All right. So, we had similar questions about queen b2 in the YouTube chat. So, great minds are thinking alike. All right, queen a6. What would I do? Let's say this. It's a very pleasant position for white, but of course the drama is he needs more. He needs to win. You know, we're fighting for a dream that's kind of dead here, friends. Let's just say the idea that Sindarov would lose this game and Anish would win, and also tomorrow Anish would win again and Sindarov would lose. Come on, give me a break. But in any case, dreams are important. And so when you're playing this, you want it all. Now, I am trending towards queen a6 followed by knight e4. That's what I'm trying to do. Now, another thing I want to stress about the position that's important is that even though it seems like, white's kingside attack dies once the queens come off, the value of the kingside pawns for white are they're going to make it difficult for the black king to participate in the fight that's going to go on in the center. Yeah. So that's another reason for me to think that white is better. Now, a bummer. Let's talk about the bummer. The bummer with this is now our king is going to get pushed away from the center. Let's put him here. BA, knight e4. Now, the variation I looked at before, bishop d4, rook a d1, look good. But notice, I think I'm getting that pawn. I think that pawn's mine. For example, if you go bishop f8, then I'll just gang up on him. He's gone. If you go bishop b6, then I'm going to play rook a d1. Let's say you try to defend, and I'm going to get him. Now, a lot of these positions he can try. Oh, I'm good. Oh, I'm good. Who's a GM today? I'm a GM today, my friend. I'm a GM today, buddy. Who's a GM? I'm a GM today. All right, now we're calling knight e4. Black immediately played BA, by the way, which if I'm white, I'm kind of comforted by. Like those other variations I couldn't make work for black just now. And now with knight e4, well, we just have a nice position. And, okay, let's think about this. If I'm worried about anything, maybe it's like if bishop f8, I'm worried like he's going to do some scratchies with scratch and sniffs with f6 later. All right, so maybe the problem with knight e4 is bishop f8 and black has the hopes of a scratch and sniff over here with f6. All right, we got to move. Knight e4. I'm a GM today. All right, so let's flip it. It's critical momentito here for our friend Sindarov. So let's say the obvious. Bishop f8 with at least the idea of to play f6 is obviously not the happiest thing. And ideally, you would want to put the bishop on b6. The problem with bishop b6 is now you're not threatening scratch and sniff. I don't think so anyway, because you would think I have knight d6. I probably have knight d6 immediately. It's not so pleasant for a peasant. All right. So I'm going to put bishop f8 on the board. Rook a c8 might also be a thought. Let's just first look here. So we do at least have a threat with f6. We do have a threat. So I'm guessing bishop f8, and then let's see if we have a nice move for Giri here. So notice, like, if rook a e1 or rook f e1, then rook a c8 is a hassle in the castle. And f6 is a hell of a drug if he gets that move in. Let's just show this little thing here. Okay, so that is the issue here. Somebody says bishop b6 is already played. You are right. Okay. So I am still at 0.6 for white here. I want to say it's interesting is that I believed in the position after bishop f8 for white, but I did not see what the continuation was for white. didn't see it. So bishop b6. I think Giri should definitely pause. So he's got a lot of candidate moves. King f2 is very natural. Now maybe actually, let's think about it. Maybe Black's saying here is like, look, buddy, I'm not afraid of knight d6. And I'm still thinking of playing f6. So if you imagine it's Black's move, and he plays f6, knight d6, rook e6, he is still busting our little situazione up. Okay. So for example, king f2, f6, we would need something nice in that position. Now, by the way, the knight, let's say king f2, f6, knight d6. Let's just put him here for a second. Knight c4. This might be kind of hairy. So, for example, snip, snap, rook over. Nah, I don't know. Now, could I have played pawn takes two? I could have. And it's nice that this knight can really not be molested. But there's chances now at some point of a d3 and getting enough play. Yeah, you might get enough play with a d3. Okay, so let's go back. We want to find a good move here for Giri. All right. So, Cam to Play rated me with 14 viewers. Thank you very much, Cam. I hope you had a nice stream. We're covering this game, the last chance, the last gasp of Anish Giri in a long and storied career. Will he be able to win this position, which we think white is better? This is a no-engine kind of situation, and so the thing you see there is just my evaluation of 0.6. I don't know yet what white should do, though. The issue, it seems, is that even though knight d6 is available for white, that f6 is the, let's call it a threat. Is it generous to call it a threat? I don't know. So knight d6 is obviously a move. The value of f6, there's a couple things that f6 will do for us if we can make it work. We'll obviously give our king some lift. We'll also open the board for our bishop. The bishop wants an open board. And it would be great to like isolate the pawn on e5. All of these are reasons to think that f6 is a good move. And where maybe a difference between me and these guys is I needed bishop f8 as a comfort move, let's call it, to not have to deal with knight d6. And what bishop b6 is saying is, look, I don't care about knight d6. You've got a good knight on e4. If you want to put him on d6 and say he's great, fine. But I have a simple plan. I'm going to play for f6 to break you up and claim that I can hold this position. We will find out, my friend. We will find out. All right, so we got knight d6. Here's our position. Knight d6, king f2 I haven't figured out because of f6. On knight d6 I haven't figured out because of rook e d8, and I don't really know what we're doing next. He still wants to play f6. Yeah, f6 is a very powerful defensive maneuver. All right, the best I found for white so far is knight d6, rook here. He can consider d3, but the problem is that it's going to be hard Well, impossible really to keep the pawn. So now knight c4. And here we're claiming that if you push the pawn, that we'll at least have a clear advantage because we'll go collect it. Is it true? I don't know, that's another question. But this is the best I've seen for white so far. And now, one interesting question is, well, what about f6? Still, to crack open the position a little bit to free the black king. It's still a thing for black. So here he would have candidate moves. Rook c8, f6, king f8, honestly, maybe too. So this is the best I've got so far, but it's not convincing. Let's see if we can find something a little bit better. Oh, Anish, you need to think for a long time here, friend. You need to do a mucho think. A macho think. If we could magically put our king here to hold this knight, well, we would feel better about life, I'll tell you that. Now, I really feel uncomfortable about it, but I guess we could consider rook fe1. The intention of this move is to make f6 impossible and to give ourselves the f1 square. I got a lot of problems with this move. But the first thing we should say is that if rook a c8, we do hold knight d6 in the bag. And we're claiming that on d3, I'm going to scooch with king f1, and I'm going to be fine. There's a lot of questions here, though. For example, d3, king f1, now rook c8. If knight d6, then rook c2. Now, knight e8, check. But you know what? I'm out of here. I'm out. I'm gone. Hey, you can do whatever you want. You get a discovered check. Congratulations. Okay, so that was good. Rook fe1. Rook fe1's a ballsy move because it is a controlling move, and it's not clear that our rook actually wants to be on e1. But we are preventing f6. We are enabling king f1 to get on that light square. Where's our king dreaming of now? He's dreaming of this square. And we're claiming I'm stopping you from doing the madness with rook a c8. Now, that's a move. Though now I don't have to worry about the f6 stuff. I can probably play rook a c1. Now it's really frightening because, like, is this d2 going to hit me somehow? But I'm not seeing it. There's questions in this position. They're for sure. Like maybe rook c2 now. Well, he might be saying welcome to the dojo. Okay, we might be talking good variations here. Rook fe1. Here. I cannot play rook e2. Can I do this? This does not look bueno. That looks like a dream for black. That looks like a dream. No me likey. So rook fe1 does not, I mean, it doesn't look like the kind of thing you want to do. But we really want to stop f6. Oh, yeah, Gary, you need a tank here, buddy. Oh, we have Fredo talking. He likes rook f3 to d3. All right, here's what I don't understand. Any move that allows f6, I don't get it. This is what I've been struggling with. He cracks open our little pawn chain, and I don't know. You go here? I don't know. Here? What now? He's going to crack it open. Once he cracks it open a little bit, his bishop becomes stronger. It's not clear what my knight's doing. And I have drama. This is hard. It's very difficult. Knight f2. Now knight f2, I can't believe in. Let's look at that. Oh no. Oh no. Right? That's a problem. That's a problem right there. So that's that issue. All right, potty break for me. I'm coming right back. Yep, Gary, you need to tank, bruv. You need to tank on this one. Bishop v6 was a really kind of a nasty move here. Okay, we have a move. Knight d6. That was what okay, so let's just back up 1,000 minutes. And what I came up with as the best for white, but I found it very unconvincing, was knight d6, rook e d8. What's the intention? f6. And then now to play knight c4. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a different move besides rook d8. You could also play... Think about either one of these moves, but those moves come with more options for white because on rook e6, after knight c4, you have to worry about f5. And on rook e7, you got to worry about knight f5. Rook e6 played instantly. So he had prepared knight d6. And this might be clever with rook e6 because it arguably simply forces me to play knight c4 because f6 is now such a threat. F6 is like a real bummerino, as they say in the business. And I'm afraid, my friends, I have to reduce my evaluation. I don't know if he could have found something better, but now I really find I don't see how to play the position for white here. You might be able to find something. It might change my eval. But I'm just telling you honestly where I feel about it. The other interesting thing about rook e6 is in some of these positions with knight c4, I can recapture with the rook to be more active. Rook e6 is a very concrete move because it's saying, Mr. Knight, I am going to f6 you here. And that if you play knight c4, you're really not a golden knight. You're just reacting to me. Before you were beautiful. You were such a beautiful soul on e4. And now what are you doing on c4? What are you doing? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. So Anish... One of the reasons I think he should have really tanked, he did tank for 13 minutes on 96, is if you find nothing here, the game just is going to flippity-flop into a draw. All right, well, let's play knight c4. This is what I expect. maybe rook c6, just so that f5 doesn't hit me too hard. That seems fine for black. You're going to force me to play b3, I think. Oh, okay, you forced me. So what, he says. Probably d3, you know. At some point, we're just going to launch that thing. And let's play a couple of moves. King h2. You got to be careful. Rook d8. Let's put a rook over here. Maybe. So one of the advantages of these double pawns, the main advantage for white actually, is I can secure the c4 square for my knight. Let's try that again. Rook e6, knight c4. 1,000 years ago, I said this was white's best. I didn't believe it, but at least that one variation, it seemed like maybe we were better. The point of knight c4, by the way, is not to take the bishop. It's to crowd the c-file. It's to make you think about f5, and it's to dissuade you against f6. Speaking of, this could be a hell of a nice move right now. Again, he wants to open the position. And if f5, then we smack you here, and we say, you got nothing, son. Nothing. You can take on b6 and play e6, and congratulations, but I'm going to play boom, boom. Look at it. And I don't think white has anything. Maybe he can make an argument. Maybe he can make an argument. I don't know. I got some what they call mixed feelings about this. I don't believe it, but you could make an argument. Okay. So, and I think that's what Sectum was talking about. So besides knight c4, is there another option? I don't know. f6 looks like such a bummer. So the last variation was a real bummer for white. So knight c4 and just f6 anyway. Just anyway, buddy. So, and now what's so sad is that black has the idea. Black is the one who has the idea here, and white's just the one trying to stabilize, and it seems like it's always a little late. I'm a genius for calling queen b6, queen a6. And Sectum is saying maybe I want d3 first. So for example, if knight c4, I can play d3 and then f6. Yeah, let's actually follow his advice for a second. So the first claim is that's nothing, which I believe that. We could talk about it. Oh, we could talk about it. The white king is better than the black king. That's the little juicer where he can believe he's got something here. So, yeah, that's at least a position that white could play. All right, we are betting on knight c4. I'm just still looking. There's another idea here. I'm not seeing it, Mr. Split. Like rook fe1, f6. f6. His name is f6, baby, so why don't you kill me? Now I had to allow black needs a luft to activate the rooks. He needs an f6. I don't know why Twitch was so mean and made me have to allow that. So, in YouTube, we have rook fd1 as a question. Now, maybe that's meant to be after the knight c4 variation. Here, rook fd1, f6. I don't get it. It seems like black is breaking free. They don't like mice. What does that have to do with it? Needs a luff to activate? Oh, mouse slip. Yeah, they don't like mice. Okay. It also, whenever you say like the F file, it'll be like, nope, can't be saying the F. Can't be doing that, buddy. All right, so we are betting on knight c4. I see nothing else. And then black seems to have more than one candidate move. My best play so far is f6. And the only thing I got for white in this posiziats is f5. And one bummerino that I just noticed is not only is there rook c6, there's also rook e5 days alive. And we ask ourselves about this position, and it's not clear at all that black is worse in this position. No, it is not. It is not clear. Let's give it a look, actually. Rook e1. And I have more than one move. So rook e8 would be the default move, but I also could play d3 followed by bishop d4. Now that's arguably a little scary because the d3 pawn might fall. In any case, if we look at this, oh, I don't think you want to play f6. I'm going to play d3 and e4. If I achieve e4, that's it. So rook e4, king f7, g4, king f6. Why is black worse? There's no reason to think black is worse in this position. h4, h6, doing fine. I'm doing fine. So that's a big bummer. That's a big bummer. So that, I mean, yeah, so there's no f5, buddy. Because rook c6 and rook takes e5 both look great for black. That rook takes e5 could come as a real cold shower. Giri's sitting there being like, oh, my hopes, my dreams, they're all over. All right, rook e6. By the way, we are waiting on knight c4. That's what we're waiting on here. I don't see another idea. This is our position. I don't know, Mr. Joe. Mr. Joe, I plainly do not know. The other position I had like a half an hour ago, which is maybe still best play, would be knight c4, f6, and some kind of like king f2. The drama, though, is if I get the weak pawn on e5, I don't see how that works. If I play knight e5, well, I don't know why black's worse. He's got the nice bishop. He's running me over here with all this stuff, you know. Mouse Slip again is talking about rook f3. We had that also in a previous chat. Maybe it was in the YouTube. The grief with rook f3, like a lot of these moves here, is just f6 immediatement after. So in this position, rook f3, f6. Is knight f5 ever a move? Well, it would be cool. I don't see what it does, though. I don't see what knight f5 does. And here we go. Famous situation. Sindarov now up 30 minutes on the clock. The clock, from Giri's perspective, though, it is truly meaningless in the sense that he has to find some kind of something or else this game is just going to peter. It's either going to peter to a draw or just run away from him if he's going to take a risk. Oh my God. Yeah, he could take a risk. And the other thing for Sindarov's perspective is, if you're feeling that confidence, dude, one of the amazing things is, oh, dude, his rating, he wins a couple more games. He's already in number 5. And winning this, he's close to passing Abdu if he won this. If he won 2 more games, he's going to pass Fabi, dude. And then at least Carlsen can't talk that much smack about, some chumps playing for the World Championship title. Because that's kind of a little bit what it feels like at the moment from Carlsen's perspective, from Kasparov's perspective. And I don't want that from the World Championship, dude. I want it to be something that's respected. I want some top players. And Gukesh, bro, that guy, man, where is he? Number 15 in the world right now, dude. And he stopped playing. He's had such bad play. He stopped playing. And Jordan Van Forest is above him, dude. Bro, Neiman even is above. Hey, even Neiman's above Gukesh, bro. What are we saying, man? Well, Sectum. Now, okay, so Sectum's talking about someone will sponsor a Sindarov-Carlsen match. A, would Carlsen play? Doubtful. And B, why, if that were true, why didn't it happen with Gukesh? Loads of Indian sponsor people that would have wanted to see that. Now, I've fallen off the screen, my friends. I've fallen off the screen because I want to head to relaxation station here while we wait for knight c4 in this draw. I'm still hidden. I'm still hidden when I go to relaxation station. Oh, cry. Let's go relaxation station, bud. There we go. Relaxation station. Very important. I agree. There's some billionaire who wants to do it. Yeah, it didn't happen with Gukesh, though. Did not happen with Gukesh. All right, Anish. The fact that he's taking forever, he's starting to feel the pain as I'm feeling it. Not seeing anything for white here. And I can tell you, as somebody who's suffered a lot in chess, you had a nasty position or one that you were a little uncertain of, and then you reach something like this and you say to yourself, oh, I get it. I get what's going on now. And Dorito is saying what I mentioned, which was knight c4, f6, f5. And we talked about rook c6, which I think is fine for black. But he's mentioning this line, and I'm with him. I think black is totally fine. I gave this variation about a half an hour ago. I think rook e4, you got to do it. And then here. And white is not in time to get g5 in. Knight c4, I'm right. Who's right? I'm a GM today. Thank you, Mouse Slip. All right, f6 played instantly. Oh, I'm a GM today. And honestly, I don't got any good advice here for white. I got no good advice. We're going to see if he comes up with a move, but I couldn't find anything here for white. Well, by the way, there's still, the other people, they're still playing for rating. They're still playing, I think they get $5,000 for every half point they get or something like that. So, there's a little bit of cash on the table, but essentially it's meaningless. And arguably it's been meaningless for a couple rounds here just because statistically it's been so implausible that anyone's going to catch our boy here. All right, so Anish certainly saw f6 coming. Mouse Slip likes rook a d1. And maybe, okay, let's put rook a, let's try. So the issue is then, how do we recapture? With the knight, I guess. And then what has white got? I don't see what white has. Yeah, I don't get it. even g5 here. Look at that. So the idea for black is very simple. Light up the position so the bishop, the more it opens, the stronger it gets. And he's just tanking here. One of the bummers about f5 is like it's the only, in a lot of ways, like the only practical chance. I don't know. I don't even know if it's really a chance. Rook e5 looks so strong. Rook c6 looks strong. It's very simple what black is doing. So I'm sure Sindarov feels a level of comfort now. It's just like, I'm holding this. I don't have any grief. And if you know, obviously he just needs a draw, but black can think too about winning this game. Black could definitely think about winning this game. I think Sindarov too, man, like, he was a little bit of a late bloomer just in comparison to like Prague and Gukesh and yada yada. So now if he can crank his rating, it's not the most important thing, but it's important both for his confidence and a statement, you know. Because Gukesh, dude, man. H. Flar says, not yet announced when the World Championship matches. That's correct. It's not announced. Yeah. We will do a podcast afterwards to talk about where we landed with our predictions. I had Sindarov in second place, which is a pretty good call. You know, I definitely predicted that Naka would not do well. I didn't predict that Anish would do well. I kind of had him middle of the pack. But I recognize if somebody's going to come at it, it was Sindarov. So I was right there. I just wasn't right at the level. At the level that it happened at. All right, Anish. Make a move so I can go home. I'm already home, but so I can go like eat lunch or something, buddy. You know? Yeah, I'm almost ready to call it here. Let's take a look at the other games real quick. Fabi in Prague over here. Fabi definitely won the battle of the opening. Interesting position. Fun stuff. Yeah. Old variation. So then we got this one. Nah. Blue Bum's not going to lose that one, baby. He ain't going to lose to that one. Notice that. Blue Bum has the same number of points as Naka. Yep. Rough. Both at -1. And then this game, I don't know if it means anything. I do want to actually briefly look at this weird opening that happened. C4, oh my god. D5. Check to the miserable king. King F1, oh my lordy. He's blitzing this out. Queen C2, oh my lordy. Castles, he did think on that one. White thought on Queen C2. What a mess. This is our current situation. Oh, you gotta believe that black is fine. You gotta believe that black is fine. All right, we're going back to the main event. We're still waiting on this F6 move. Or what Giri wants to do on the famous F6 move. Yeah, and the sad thing too is, you know, you play knight C4 and you're just like, I don't see anything better, and you see F6, you expect it, and you're still like, well, what do I do now? And one of the things I can tell you from experience is, like, we see F5, Rook E5, but from a distance, he might not have seen it. Now, by the way, I think F5, Rook C6, I still think black is fine. But you could have seen from a distance, you're like, okay, F5, Rook C6, and you could tell yourself, well, maybe I'm still playing. Maybe I'm still playing, right? And Mouse Slip still wants Rook AD1. Dude, Dude is real, 64. Thank you for following. My gut is that we're wrapping up this stream. That's my gut. That this is essentially over here. That, it's a moment in history, though. If this is a draw as expected, then Sindarov has clinched it. Officially clinched it. I feel like he had clinched it a ways back. And I didn't like some of his moves. I didn't like this knight DE5 move. I didn't like it. But let's just go back. I also didn't refute it, did I? So, for example, I thought this was a nice position. I want to give myself props. I saw the Queen A6 idea. So I called all that stuff. And now I definitely called knight E4. But I did not appreciate the strength of bishop B6. And maybe dude didn't either. Because F6 is such a pain in the butt that it forces you to go knight D6. Because of the F6 thing. And he's still intending F6. So maybe we'll check with the engine later, but knight E4 is arguably a mistake. But if knight E4 is a mistake, bro, what are we doing? What are we doing? Yeah. Dr. Popov said, as we say from where I'm from, then see from afar or from close up. Good to see you, Dr. Pop. Dr. Popop's one of the people who has made immense progress in our game and review class. You can join 20% off, whether that's the core program, the workshop tier, or the game and review tier. And that's just been a cool thing we've been doing since the beginning of January. Okay. So, can I look at Rook AE1? We have this from chat. So Rook AE1. Okay, let's look at Rook AE1. Let's do it. An intention of Rook AE1 could be to say, look, buddy, if you take, I'm going to push past. At least we're talking now. At least we're talking. Okay, good. That was from Brain Zayring. And I want to say, Brain, this is the best suggestion I've seen so far. That's the best one I got so far. Oh, I think he should do it. It's at least keeps the game going. Okay, after Rook AE1, candidate black does have several candidate moves. We got D3, we've got Rook AE8. The point of Rook AE8 would be to say, look, on F5, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to take it. I'm just going to take it. Excuse me, no, not that way. Excuse me, this way. Just going to take it, and we'll get that position that we talked about like a half an hour ago. So, Rook AE8 is a good move too because it says, look, I'm still going to play FE. There might be other things to do for black, but Rook AE8 does seem to spoil the fun after Rook AE1. But Brain, that's the best one I got is Rook AE1. So your move. At least it gives it like some practical questions to black. Oh, Giri's really gone deep, dude. He's gone super deep. Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, I didn't want that. All right. So, I'm going to go look over here at the YouTube stream of Giri-Sindarov just to see what we're looking at here. Giri-Sindarov. Normally I wouldn't look because it's going to show me the eval, but I know the eval. I know the eval. Yeah, he's taking Sindarov's off in a way. Yeah. So there it is, my friends. He's just taking forever now. Dude, Sindarov made it, man. That was not an easy position. He had to find my queen a6, dude. He had to find my move. I'm good. I'm good, man. Mouse Slip is still arguing for rook ad1. I still don't get it. But we'll see. We'll see. I don't have any ideas for him. Yep. Okay. Well, what are we going to say? I'll wait for this move, and then I think I'm going to call it. I think I'm calling Sindarov as the champion here. We'll wait for this move. We've got so much at stake here. Waiting for rook ae1, rook ad1. Oh, dude is tanking. He should, and maybe he should have tanked earlier, because I don't know where he could have got something, but it definitely felt like he had a nice position. The a3 move was soft, but I also thought knight e5 was at least an opportunity for white. Fredo, how much more moves must the niche make? He just needs to make 17 moves. You know, the point is this: if he doesn't find an idea here, it's all over. I think a move has been played. Rook ad1. Who said that? Mouse Slip wins. Mouse Slip wins. All right, so maybe I'll stick around a little bit. So I think FE is going to happen. And, yeah, FE is going to happen, I think, here. Sindarov has to make his way back to the board. Yeah, rook ad1. No, ain't nothing going on here. Here he comes. I'm watching him. I want to see him. There he's playing very fast. Now, what would you want to check? Basically, one of the nice things about rook ae1 is that fe f5 was an idea. Here, fe, yeah, he's just going to take it. He's just going to take it. And then we'll see how Anish recaptures. I think knight e5 made sense. Oh, he plays fe5. Okay. So this is now black is maybe better. I mean, not better, but there's no worries. Rook f8 would be a very simple default move. Just imagine it for a second. How would you possibly win the game, right? How would you do it? Nobody knows. Yep, nobody knows. I mean, rook c8's got to be fine too. Yep. Okay, my friends, this is what I'm going to do. I'm out of here. I'm going to go eat some lunch. And, but Mouse Slip wins. Mouse Slip wins, dude. He called rook ad1. He was very adamant about it. And someone wants me to ask the computer. I think, by the way, I might do that later. I think the big questions were maybe here. Knight e4 is definitely the move I wanted. And I underestimated bishop b6. That's where I was not a GM today. Bishop b6 was a good move because it allowed knight d6 and said, dude, I'm just going to get this f6 in. No problemito. So was there another move instead of knight e4? I guess that's one of the big questions there. Yep, for me anyways. One of the big questions. All right, yeah, dude's tanking. I think he should tank for even a while here. He knows he's totally fine in this position. The pawn on e5 is weak. So, for example, let's say, oh, dude, now that pawn's weak, he's about to touch the rook. Rook c8's good. Rook f8's also good. The point of rook f8 would just be to say, you know what, I'm going to eventually just put my king on e6. He plays rook d8, fine. Simple chess. They said, put the rook behind the passed pawn. Fine. Fine. Okay, my friends, I'm going to rate. I'm calling this a draw. I'm just calling it. I'm saying congratulations, Sindavar, you did it, buddy. And we will come out with our podcast on this. We are going to wait until the final round, though, because we're going to see, we kind of had predictions of where things stood. We'll kind of compare and contrast where things landed. Let's raid somebody here. Who? Well, I'm going to send you on to Etienne Bacrot, one of the greatest natural talents the world has ever seen. Maybe booze got in his way. I don't know. Something got in the kid's way. But he's doing commentary. It's going to be in French. He might say some English things for you. But I'm going to raid, and I'll see you guys later.